Oh, oops. Ran the BCB logo roll. Actually, that reminds me. Before we get started, somebody I need to contact real quick. Okay. All right, so we got some good musics going. I got to see where Jojo Bite's at. So Jojo Bite and I may do some tag team on some cryptography related stuff because what we're going to do is we're going to abandon my cryptography tool in favor of a modified version of his cryptography tool because now Node is much more awesome than it once used to be. And now it has web crypto, so now we have one cryptographic implementation rather than dozens. Okay. So let me go tag him real quick. And then what we're going to be working on, the main part of this is actually going to be CLI tools. So let's see, do we even have CLI? We should have the CLI mentioned here. Terminal, install, terminal. So yeah, CLI. We should have CLI should be in this list, and we should just link to the CLI. I think I'll just go ahead and make a quick edit to that. Well, we'll update it all the readmes later. So actually, this is not what I'm going to start with. We're going to get the heck out of here. Go blub 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 blub. And we're going to be focused on first dash phrase. I think this is the simplest one. And I don't think that we're going to do anything with SecP256K1 as a tool because basically between dash keys and dash message, we will do the key pair generation and conversion between private to public key, and then the signing and verification will be part of dash message, which is not what we're working on right now. Oh, also, let's have a quick word from our sponsor, Mr. Mountain Dew. I mean, our not a sponsor. Sorry, excuse me. I meant to say not a sponsor, and then I said sponsor. Not a sponsor. Our not a sponsor, Mr. Mountain Dew. Pop top, my friends, and let the good times roll. Ah, there we are. Isn't that nice? Don't you just love that sound? I love that sound. That's the sound of addiction being satisfied. Very few sounds quite so wonderful. Okay, and it is bright today. Thank goodness. I've needed some sunlight. But as soon as a cloud passes over, I'm going to have to adjust the camera brightness because it'll get dim all of a sudden for no reason. Yeah. So dash phrase is very simple. It does very little. The ideal would be that most of these things would do very little. Let's see. So we have a specific version here. Did I publish without updating the version in dash keys? Hold on. I mean dash HD. Let me just see here on PKG. Oh, did I? Hold on. Install. Whoopsie-lo. Wait, which, oh, this is old main. No wonder. Okay. Okay. Dash keys. Whoa. 3, no. 1, this should be 1.x. I don't think that actually makes much of a difference for us, but it does make a difference. So I'm just going to Git checkout -b nits. Nits for nitpicks, for, you know, little things. They're not a big deal, but they need to be fixed. So this is going to be doc bump stated dash keys version. Okay. Oh, and actually, you know what? You're in for a treat, because before we get to the CLI tools, we are actually going to be meeting up with Jojo Byte. So let me see, which browser do I do this in now? Okay, I have guest audio. There we go. Guest audio is turned on now. Let's see. Guest audio is there. Let's see. I need to start the virtual camera. Okay, give me just a second to get things set up here. We're gonna pause the music for the moment. And there's Jitsi Link. So I need to get my headphones on. I gotta switch to headphones here. Let me do that. Okay. Oh, and I forgot to do the sound check on my mic. It looks like it's okay, good. It looks like it's good. All right. Now I got my headphones on. Come on. We'll see when Jojo Byte gets on. One thing that I didn't update here, that I do want to update here. Do we have the dash phrase CLI already? We do not yet. So we're going to do dash phrase CLI. I think I already had something started in the repository itself, or in the, not repository, what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, in the repository, in the local repository, I think I already had something started here. So I'm while we're waiting for Jojo Byte, I'm just going to go ahead and look. Okay, so we need a new repository. Should be part of dash hive, and it's going to be dash phrase CLI.js. And then let's actually change the name of this. Node bundlers and browsers. There we go. Maybe compliant would be the better word. Because it's not that it's compatible with something else, it's compliant to a standard. All right, where's Jojo Bite? It's okay. Well, we'll just keep on keeping on. I'll turn the music back on until he joins. All right, and I am going to have to swappy doodle. Oh no. Hold on just a second. We are going to... What are we going to do here? We're going to have to restart the audio. Okay. Loopback device is still working. That's good. And then let's see if we can get the audio back. Do we have? Where's the audio? Oh no. What have I done? What have I done? It's currently registering no capture. Let me stop this and start it again. Uh-oh. Let's see, what have we got here? Not anything too crazy. Give me just 1 second. We'll get back to it all. I may need to close out my browser here. Let's close out the browser. Bloop. And stop this. And then reopen the browser. Oh, the joys of technology. When it works, sometimes it works. Nope. Let me refresh here. Oh. Let's try this. Hey, sorry, the problem was actually on my end. I don't know what exactly happened, but I must have hit the back button or something and it went to the previous room. Can you hear me? I don't hear you. Let's see. Oh no, everything's broken. Why is everything broken? Oh no. Let me check my speaker settings as well. Because you should be coming out through my headphones, but my headphones aren't showing up in the list. Oh, dang it. Everything's broken. Everything about my system is broken. It's all broken. Okay, I can hear sound again. All right, and we have background music again. Okay, so that's working. I'm not quite sure why Stream Deck broke. Let's check out Stream Deck real quick. Let's see, can I get Stream Deck to die? I see your icon moving. I'm going to refresh the page again. So I think Jitsi thinks it's giving me sound, but I'm not hearing it. Where is... Okay, I'm going to... Let's see how bad this is going to be. I'm going to close down my browser. Let's see. I only have about 1 billion tabs open, so this should be fine. I'm going to close my browser and reopen it. It's been a couple weeks, so it's been giving me these notifications I need to reboot anyway. All right, let's see if we can unplug and replug this. All right. No. Dang it. Okay, sync. Audio clips. How about this one? Oh, no. I think somebody may have moved my audio clips folder. Josh, did you move my audio clips folder? We're only supposed to move the video files. Dang it. Let's see. Let's see. I think that's what happened. Wait, no? Okay. Just 1 second here. Nope. It's definitely there. Oh, but it's only 19 kilobytes. It got deleted. What? Ah, what is going on? Sorry, everybody. Weird stuff happening, you know? Strange things are happening to me. All right, browser's back open. Joined in the meeting again. Oh, I hear sound. That's a good sign.
Hear sound. That's good.
I hear you.
Hopefully it's coming through on my stream too.
All right, speak again.
Hello.
Yeah, you're coming through.
All right, cool.
All right,
You're
great.
coming through over here too.
Alrighty. And then I am going to try to kill Stream Deck and bring it back up, but that's not important. We can move on without that. That's just, you know, a little nice to have in case I want to hit a button. But it seems that all my audio services, anything that was depending on my audio services, just kind of blooped.
I feel ya, because that's how mine are too. They work until they don't, and then they really don't.
Well, I did pay buku bucks for a new USB hub.
Hmm?
So here's to hoping that it helps out. Switching the USB hub my mic was on solved all the problem that seems to be 99%. So there still is... there was one time so far, well, when I just told you how well it was working, that the mic cut out. But other than that, I mean, it was starting to cut out every, half hour or hour. So it was getting really, really bad. Okay, so I'm...
Feel you there.
All right, cool. So now everything is back in alignment. The stars are back in alignment. Yes. Okay, so how do we want to do this? Do you want to share your screen? Why don't you share your screen and give me the synopsis of what you've gotten up to the point of, and then I will go through and make edits in the repo of whatever branch you're in and propose those as changes, and then you can test them.
Okay.
And see if that works for you. I think we can get this knocked out in less than half an hour.
All right. Here's to hoping this doesn't kill my computer sharing my screen. let's see. Where should I, let's see, share screen. Which one do we want to share? Ooh, that's slightly more difficult because,
Oh, I was going to say, do you want me to just watch your stream, but having the 5-second lag would be kind of annoying.
yeah. Yeah, but if you just mute the stream so you're looking at it, then you're not having the 5-second audio lag. I think that's what's most annoying to me. I'm like, because I only share a portion of my screen, I don't know how I'm going to share this properly for Jitsi.
Well, I don't need to share it. You can just share whatever you want to share, and I'll keep it over here, and then I'll follow along in the repo. How about that?
Okay. All right. Let me see.
So nobody will see what goes on the screen that I see. So I had one of my first problems with Jitsi yesterday. Or was it, maybe not yesterday, but a few days ago. I had one of my first issues with it where the screen share resolution was really, really bad.
Mm-hmm.
The video resolution was really, really bad as well, but it ended up that Google Meet would show the screen legibly. Oh, this is great. This is perfect. This is absolutely wonderful. I can see your screen as well as I can see my own.
Okay. Let's see. All right. So.
And this is safe to share?
Yeah. This is just the code editor that I'm working out of, so I think that should be good enough.
Okay, I'll bring this over then.
The browser. Yeah, it's not showing my browser, but that's not like it's okay. If we need to, I'll either flip tabs or something like that. And all right, so this is not the updated version. The last version I had done. Let's see.
Well, just tell me what branch. Well, once you'll figure.
I had just stashed it because none of it was working and it was breaking everything, so I just stashed it. So I need to stash.
Do you have that VS Code extension that allows you to share? Because I can open up VS Code, and we could.
Maybe. I don't know. I've never used that before.
Let's not do it then. If you haven't used it, let's not do it, because my experience with it has been that it works sometimes, and I definitely don't want to spend 20 minutes doing that. We could be done in
let's
20, 30 minutes.
Stuff. Yeah. Let's see. Stash. There no. Oh, I didn't mean to stash changes.
We can just start from your working version. That's fine.
This one. That's what I did. Okay, so I've got the code in there.
And this is CrowdNode UI. That's the
yes,
repo?
This is CrowdNode UI. It's the same file you changed in your PR. So
all
if
right.
you were to open up that file.
All right. So I've got a whip hex rather than binster.
So I tried to do several things with the text decoder. I don't know if it's better to look at the comparison or just this. What's better?
I think it's just better to look at that. Let's just go through this. Okay. So buffer to string. This is my updated stuff right here.
So yeah, some of it's your updated stuff, and then I tried to apply it, and what I had found out on my stream was where is that? There's is supported browser. So it goes through this before it even lets you use it, and it would fail at the decryption. So actually, I should be able to refresh this. Okay, let's close that. And let me just add an encryption code. That shouldn't have done that. That's not right.
So if this is message IV is better supported, where is it getting IV from? I don't see where that's coming from. I see test message.
IV. It might be getting set vector in the main file.
192. So,
So I believe I set some of the IV stuff. Is the IV the storage salt? I think I have this storage salt, and that's probably
Go back
what
to
the
where
IV
you were
is.
and look at
Yeah.
line 192 and then track it back.
So get init vector
Yeah.
is from this function right here.
All right, and that is what it should be. So, okay. So that's good.
Yeah, I think so.
So where is it getting test message from then?
Where is it getting test message?
On line 194.
On line 194. So test message is right here.
Oh, okay. Test message is W.
With a question mark. W? Like that. That's what a question
All
mark
right,
is.
and then crypto wrapper is some sort of class hierarchical structure around the subtle crypto.
Yes, I believe so. So crypto wrapper is encrypt message, and encrypt message is up here. It's this wrapper function.
Okay,
So encrypt.
password and salt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's just walk through this. Derive password salt raw string buffer. Wait, string to
Too
buffer.
much, sorry.
String to buffer. Okay,
So
and the decrypt
this
is
might be
failing?
something I changed.
Well, hopefully, yes. Yes, we want to change that. So string to buffer should just be new text encoder. And I think that this may need to return an array buffer rather than bytes. So for the purposes of this and all future conversations in the browser, bytes is uint8 array.
Mm-hmm.
Not to be confused with node buffer or other nomenclatures. Okay, string to buffer. Encode. So can you just console.log AB and find out if AB is bytes or if
done.
it's
So string
array
to
buffer?
buffer is here.
Yeah, so show me the
just
output of
search
that.
This. So string to buffer, string and uint8 array.
I can't see what.
Oh, sorry, derp. This is the problem with sharing only one thing. Let me see if I can switch the share.
Oh, you're sharing a window. No, leave it. We're good.
Okay.
You can describe it to me then. That's
Okay.
fine. So it's saying that it is uint8 array and it is array buffer. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, what was there before? Was it returning an array buffer, or was it returning a uint8 array?
Was it returning an array buffer or uint8
Just show me the
array?
previous version. Show me the diff
Oh,
for that function.
So string to buffer was uint16 array, and then returning the dot buffer.
Okay, good. Okay, so that you have an understanding of this, and if you don't,
I don't. Yeah. So
an array buffer is allocated memory. So when you work in system languages like Java and Go, and usually at a higher level than C or C++, but kind of in the middle, there's a difference between an array, which is an allocated stream of bytes of some fixed length, and the view of the array, which is what you're passing around to access it. So for example, the underlying allocation of memory could be 4 kilobytes. That's what it is in Node. But when you get back a node buffer, you only get back a node buffer that has a length of 0 bytes if it's a new buffer, or of however many bytes are in whatever you need. So every time you create a node buffer, you allocate 4 kilobytes of memory or use another buffer's memory, and you're just viewing a window into that size. Does that make sense?
Ish. You're viewing a window into the size of the array buffer. Yeah.
You're viewing a window that's that size. So the whole allocated memory is 4 kilobytes. But
Okay.
you're working with only 200 bytes or 32 bytes. So what's allocated is 4 kilobytes, but what you are manipulating is 32 bytes. And then if it turns out that you need more, you need to grow, it will just take from that allocation of 4 kilobytes and it'll grow it from 32 bytes to 64 bytes or whatever. Does that make sense?
I think so.
So that's called capacity. So there's the
Okay.
capacity of the buffer is how much is allocated. And then the length of the buffer is how much you are currently using. And then the index of the buffer is the byte, or in the case of something like a uint16 or uint32, the bytes that you are currently accessing.
Okay.
So when this creates a U16 array, that is only for the purposes of being able to allocate a char code in JavaScript is 16 bits. Natively, it's called UCS2. It's not that important. You'll never encounter it in any other programming language. JavaScript was developed in a weird time when UCS2 was a proposed standard or existing standard, and it failed and no one ever used it since. But the internal representation of JavaScript is this thing called UCS2. It's like UTF-16. It's very similar to UTF-16. There's UTF-8, UTF-16, UTF-32. So the uint16 array is because that's why you can have Chinese characters and you can copy and paste them and they still work.
Okay.
So the uint16 array is how it's viewing the data, because a char code in JavaScript can be at most that many bytes. But the buffer that it's returning is agnostic to the typing of the array. So it doesn't care if it's a uint16, if it's uint8, if it's uint32. It doesn't care what it is. Buffer is just allocated memory. And so in the browser, you actually have 3 layers. Well, 4. You have 4 layers of this. So there's allocated memory. In the browser, you don't see that. And in Node, you can actually see it. In the browser, you never see it. But the buffer is a view into the allocated memory. And then the uint x array is a view into the buffer. And then data view is also a view into the buffer. So the buffer contains the underlying memory. If you were to modify a buffer, in theory, and you can test this to some degree, it will modify every view that looks into that buffer. So that's what a buffer is it's the allocation of the memory. It's the raw allocation of memory that is not prescribed any encoding or size identifier. It's just whatever the raw stuff is underneath.
Okay.
Any questions on that?
No, but I might later after
Okay.
I rewatch all of that explanation a few times.
Well, the important thing to note here is that all that matters is that our string to buffer returns an array buffer. That it does not
already was doing that.
Yeah. So let's go back to the updated version, and it's returning an array buffer. Okay. So let's rename AB to bytes, because that's what you're actually getting back. So on line 16. Yeah, on all those lines, just rename it to bytes, because that's what I independently came up with, and then I started seeing it in other people's code as well, that they distinguish between buff as a node buffer and bytes as a uint8 array, because U8 is not actually accurate, because U8 describes a short or a character.
Okay.
In a C-style language, it doesn't accurately describe what JavaScript is doing here. Okay. So you should be able to get rid of the console.log and all that other stuff. We know what this is. we're getting back bytes, and we're returning the underlying array buffer of the bytes. So string to buffer is complete. We probably next need to go to buffer to string. And let's see where that's used in whether an array buffer is being passed in or if bytes are being passed in.
I don't know if buffer to hex. I think that was something I was trying to do based on your stuff. So encrypt is using buffer to string down at the bottom here.
Weird.
And then that decrypt is also using it.
Okay, so let me take a look at this for a second.
Do you want me to commit my code here to the branch you did the PR on? Would that be helpful?
No, let's just leave it.
Okay.
Leave it as is, and let's just try to step through.
Okay.
Okay, so I think that what's being returned here... It's so hard for me to read this. I hate this stupid arrow notation crap where it because it doesn't look like a function. It looks like it's whatever. Okay. What is this? What does this mean? Okay. So this is inline. Well, particularly it's line 160 that's really confusing to me because it looks like it's defining a function, but then it looks like it's also defining a function again. But it's actually calling a function. And then we could use a wait on this. We don't, but that doesn't matter. The core thing that I was trying to understand is what is being passed into this function. Because, for example, here it doesn't pass in. It looks like it's passing in password and salt, but that must be part of the scope because that's not actually being passed in. What's being passed in is ciphertext and IV. That is such a weird syntax.
Password and salt is coming from the wrapper up here, which
okay, and the password and salt are a string.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so go back down to that for me and let me take a look at it again. Okay, so message and IV should be either bytes or array buffer, but I'm not sure what type they are. Yeah, the main thing is just having a function body without having any braces to be able to tell where the beginning and end of the function body are. That's the thing that was just really throwing me off. Because instead of having a function body, it had that stuff in the middle. But let's see. String to buffer, and we did that one, and I'm confident in that. I'm pretty sure, I don't know what encrypt message does, but I'm pretty sure that the primitive, oh, you're moving too fast. Hold on.
Sorry, I just shifted a little bit right there. So encrypt message right here is just this.
Okay.
Subtle crypto or subtle encrypt.
Yes. All right. So I'm pretty sure that what this will return, oh gosh, that's so freaking weird to have a function body with, okay, this is the thing. I don't like it, but I can understand and think that it can be acceptable to inline a function that has a simple lambda style calculation like 1 + 2. I don't like it, but that's more a matter of preference. This is, I think, just a bad, you should not have a body. It's like when people inline their ifs and they chain a bunch of if crap together without ever having an if block, so that the whole thing is completely fragile, and if you change the white space by one line, then everything falls apart and means something entirely different. That's what this reminds me of. That's why it's
favorite types. I love making those.
I know you do, Jojo Bite. I know. Okay. But that's what's freaking me out about this, is that it doesn't read well because they're cramming an entire function into a lambda expression rather than putting it in a function body. but yet with the white space, it looks like a function body, but it isn't. It's a lambda expression. Anyway, so crypto subtle. So this should, if I'm not mistaken, this will return an array buffer. It does not return bytes. It returns an array buffer. I don't know why it returns an array buffer, because the only way that you could use this when it's encrypted, the only way you possibly can use it is as bytes. But whatever. So that mostly makes sense to me. And this mostly makes sense to me.
Returns a promise of something. I wish it would expand that, though.
Just await it instead, and that should make that clean up.
Await is on encrypt message.
Yeah, but I mean, if you put it on... So if you were to take encrypt message and turn it into an async function, then you should get better help hint tooling.
Promise array buffer. Hey, look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, so I should probably do it here too.
Yeah. Yeah, because putting the async and await makes the call stack change, and then you get more information.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of weird because nowadays it started out as syntax sugar, but nowadays it actually is functionally different in the way that it builds your call stack.
Yeah. All right, so now we know encrypt message returns a promise with an array buffer. So does decrypt message.
Yeah, so if we go back down to buffer to string, this inc, which the console.log right above doesn't agree with that.
Oh, wait, it's saying encrypt?
Yeah.
Oh, that's because I put the wrong thing in there. That's interesting.
So this buffer to string should be an array buffer. So you should be able to do the inverse operation, except that I think that we need to transform it to bytes first. I'm pretty sure, and you can do the tooltip hover over, but let's go back to buffer to string, and I'm pretty sure we have to pass in bytes, not array buffer. But some of the JavaScript methods will accept either. If it accepts bytes, it'll also accept an array buffer. But yeah, to make that more clear, I would say rename that one the buffer to string. What it receives is AB, just so that it's more clear that it's not a node buffer.
It receives AB?
Yeah, AB as an array buffer. Okay, and this one, I think what we're going to need to do is let bytes equals new uint8 array AB. So line 7, uncomment that, and then just change the name of a few things.
Okay, so let bytes...
Yep, bytes,
equals
and then AB. Yep. And then it should be decode bytes. Now you can tooltip hover over that and see if it allows both. Buffer source. So is that saying... Because it may be that it allows an array buffer as well as allowing bytes, but... So this should work. If these were the only two changes that you made, then this should work. But we need to figure out also where it's doing, because at some place it's doing the conversion back to a string, but so it's going from a normal string, plain text, and it's taking that into JSON. It's taking that into a buffer that can be encrypted. Then it's taking the encrypted buffer, and then it's putting that out to JSON as a string. So I think that we do need one more method here in order for this to work. While we need one more set of methods, I think that we need a buffer to hex and hex to buffer, and or rather hex to bytes and bytes to hex.
I was trying different versions, messing with stuff.
Yeah, it looks like that will work. The other one, no. The from hex string, I'd vote no on that. It may work. I can't tell. It
was very similar to one you provided, but the one you provided wasn't working, so I tried one I pulled off the interwebs. And I forgot to mention where I pulled it from. That's annoying.
Yeah,
I
well, just
usually try to add
take
a
the one
comment.
that I already have in dash keys and
In
use
dash keys. Am I
that one.
using dash
And in
keys?
fact, can you install dash keys? You're not using dash keys in this yet, are you?
I may have it in here. Dash keys. So it's
Oh
already in
gosh.
here. I don't think I'm
Uh,
using it yet, but
okay, so update to the latest dash keys because I drastically changed the API. But if you're actually using it, then
I
we would.
don't know if I was actually using
Okay,
it.
great,
But for
great.
that, I'd need to see. I
Yeah, go
was
ahead
for generate
and
and whip to
install
address. Okay, so let's see. So it's version 1.0 now.
Yeah.
All right, let's npmi.
Yeah, I made some breaking changes that were relatively simple, but one of them was subtle. The difference between pub key and pub capital K key.
Mm-hmm. So
And
dash keys generate does not exist
utils
on
dot generate with non HD.
dash keys dot utils
Yep.
dot
And then
generate.
and then it would be generate with non HD, I think.
Oh, I'm not getting the type hinting for some reason.
Yeah, we're gonna have to figure
Well,
that
I
out.
had to do my wrapper thing that I had figured out to get that, so I might need to change this now.
I do want to get that PR from you at some point. Okay, I'm gonna open up this here on my end. I think you can see my screen too if you've got it open. Let me just utils dot. Oh,
Random.
okay. So
private key.
this is what you would use.
So sec p, not dash keys.
Let me see if I did provide an abstraction for that. But the abstraction would be one line long, so I just opted to not have the abstraction. I could put it back in there. I could put in a generate private key. Oh, I know the reason that I didn't do it. Because we don't want people actually doing this. We're doing this right now because we didn't have a good...
Better option.
Yeah, we didn't have a better option, but we don't actually want to be generating. And this is why I gave it an ugly method name. So generate with non-HD. And the reason for that ugly name is so that it stops and makes you think, what the heck does that mean? And you go look in the documentation and it says, hey, don't use this except in development and debugging. Don't use this for a user.
Uh-oh.
And there's no way for the user to back them up.
That was weird. Your mic cut out for a second.
Yeah, see, it does that sometimes. So
it
I
was
guess
when you were shifting around, though, so maybe you shifting around is what did it.
maybe. But if I did, it would have been... I don't know what it would have been. It would have been static electricity. I need to get a grounding strap or two.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the things I actually need to do is I need to put some sort of, say, foil tape under my desk the whole way around and then get it plugged into the ground socket because there is so much static in this shed.
I mean, I get so much static in my house. I just have my keyboard and mouse on a grounding pad, and then I don't shock too many things. But I've rebooted my computer before, just like touching stuff on my desk, and I'm like, son of a...
That happens all the time in here where I'll reach up and I'll touch the light and then the light will just turn off for a second because they're LED lights. Or I'll touch the camera and the camera will just reboot. It's pretty powerful. Okay, but the point being that you could just use sec p256k1 directly, and you might want to update that to the latest version. I don't think there should be any breaking changes.
Is that going to be under dash incubator then?
Fork, so I properly prefixed it with that dash incubator. Speaking of which, I'm going to go ahead and defork dash HD. Oh, good. I already did defork it.
What is the full SecP 256K what?
SecP 256K1.
K1. All right. See if that installs. Sweet. Version 1.7.1-5.
Yes, that sounds right.
Okay. All right, got that installed.
But Dash HD is now ready. I don't want to go into that right now, but Dash HD is now ready for consumption. I wouldn't give it out to 1,000 people until I've done testing in my own wallet first, where I transfer tens of Dash at a time sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But once I've done that, then I would feel comfortable in telling other people use it. Right now, I do want people to test it.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just making sure I get the type hinting in here.
Yeah.
Wish there was a better way.
Well, we'll figure it out.
Yeah. I'm assuming that's... Wait, does it attach to window? Or global?
It's called, on the window, it's called Noble Sec P256K1. So lowercase n, uppercase s. Because I didn't change it from the way that... I have not changed the API from the original author. I forked it just to make a couple of minor changes so that there's better compatibility with Node and browser. So yeah, if you just prefix that with the word Noble after window, then that will be correct. Yep.
Must be all exported or all local. It's the top. Oh, derp. I know why. Okay. And then I actually need to...
So weird.
And after lots of experimentation, this is the best way I found to get it all working.
Yeah, I know.
Works. All right, so that brings in the types. Oh, wait, that says unresolved. Do all of them say that now? Yeah, they all do. But down here, it does have the type of. Okay, so I think I'll be able to use this now. So if I come in here and add SecP 256K1. So you're saying in place of utils generate, oh wait, now I can't undo. So I would use what? SecP 256K1 dot what?
Let me see what it was here. I'll send this to you in the chat. Maybe. There we go.
In Discord or Jitsi?
Yes.
Like I have the Jitsi one set up, so it's basically showing your face in the bottom right hand corner. So I'm not really showing the rest of it since it's just my share screen.
Okay, well,
I
sent it to you on both.
People can see who's talking. All right, so, and it's still an await for that or no await?
This one doesn't have an await, but I would actually put it there just for future proofing. I mean, because it doesn't hurt. If you await something that doesn't need to be awaited, no harm, no foul.
It says is not assignable to type string.
It is not. Oh wait, you wanted a whiff? Then the function that I had was the correct. Sorry, for some reason, because it was called private key, that was bad naming on my part, and the previous one. Because it was called
Right.
private key, I was expecting it to be a private key, not a whiff. So
Okay.
yes, the previous one, generate whiff non HD. If you need a whiff, then that was the right
Dash
function.
keys dot utils, you said?
Yes,
Dot generate.
whiff.
It's not
The,
showing an option. It's not getting the util stuff, I don't think.
just keep going with it. It's I'll send it to you. It's dash keys dot utils dot generate whiff non HD. I thought about calling it lossy whiff, generate lossy whiff, and that's still potentially on the table. But
I'm wondering why it's not getting that though.
I may have messed something up. I would say don't bother with it quite yet.
So there's a type in there for it, huh? Okay. Well, I guess if it breaks, it breaks, and I'll know pretty soon here.
Yeah.
But to
go that
break
route.
that, I will probably need to clear out the current generated strings. So let's refresh. See what happens. Uh-oh. Speaking of broke.
Oh, we didn't get it to a point where it's going to be working yet.
Okay.
We still need to have the bytes to hex and hex to bytes function, which
Yeah.
is available in dash keys, which you could just, if you look at the dash keys documentation, let me bring that up real quick.
So even with that added, even though there's the type error, that is where it's breaking. So I don't think that import is working right.
Did you reinstall?
Did I reinstall dash keys? I installed the latest version.
Yeah. Are you? I mean, I guess didn't we see that it was there?
No, it wasn't. We saw in the type stuff at the top that it has dash keys utils.
Well, double check the JavaScript file that it actually has the code.
Is it not dash keys? Which JavaScript file should I be in?
Yeah. So it's going to be down towards the bottom. Generate with non HD.
Utils. Okay. Utils is there. I assume utils gets kind of exported at the bottom somewhere.
Yeah, right there.
Dash keys right there.
Now, dash keys is not assigned to window explicitly. It's declared with a var, so it will become part of window at the top level. It's declared with a var outside of that iffy block. So if it's transpiling it, it may be that
There's no transpilation here. I'm not using Vite or anything like that. There's no transpilation. No,
Oh, so this is a direct script tag from
This
dash
is-
keys?
It's using the import functionality. Well, I mean, I'm importing from my imports file to get the type hinting, but it's using this to get dash keys. Wait, where is that? That to get dash keys.
I personally, I wouldn't trust that. I'd put it in a script tag because I don't know what import does. There's something that's being transpiled there because that's not an import file. Now the browser might natively be trying to do it, but there are no exports on that in the sense of, I have no idea how that could possibly be working without transpiling because it's not ESM. It's
So
plain
the only
JavaScript.
ones I've used this stuff. I guess one of these could be overriding or something, but I guess.
Oh, you didn't. It looks like it's not included.
Well, yes, but you don't. If you're importing like I was doing, it shouldn't need to be included like that.
Well, then how is it gonna get the thing on the window?
That's what this does. That's what I figured out here is doing this imports like this, and then having the imports file. This gets it on the window.
But
So
wait, how? This
by
is the thing
not
I don't
providing
understand.
any variable names like this imports it directly to the window.
But how?
Magic, I guess.
No, but I'm serious. How do lines 1 through 6 do anything? It's not ESM. There's no ESM in those files. So I get that some of them are working, but
Oh.
I don't have any idea how they could possibly work because it's not ESM. There's nothing. There is no default export. Blah blah blah. It's just
It's been working for me. It's
well.
not working
Will,
for
will
this
you
utils
will you
thing,
do me
but
a
I don't
favor
know
and
why.
go to where the script tags are and just add it as a script tag because I think it'll work then.
I don't want to do that. It's not how I've been doing things. I've been trying to get rid of all of this because, actually, no, I don't want to do that because unpackaged sucks balls. It
Sure.
causes loading issues every freaking time.
Well, I mean, you could just wget or curl or whatever and have that all locally. I just put unpackaged there because for a developer who doesn't know what they're doing and doesn't know how to download a file, you know, it's
Yeah, like me apparently. Here's the thing. I
well,
like
you've
that
got
I
it
can
all in Node
install it
modules.
this
You could
way.
replace
Yeah.
all that with Node modules, right? You could just give
Yeah.
it /node modules / whatever, and that would be the same as using unpackaged.
No, you can't because unpackaged does some trickery to get it working.
No,
It
if
does.
you look at any of those,
I
look at any of
know.
those, they're not transpiled.
There is some trickery that goes into this. I guarantee you.
I would also recommend that you put the version number on those. I tried to do that in the examples, but some of them I may have skipped out. What's that? Beatles
I have
song?
tried using the Node modules version in place of these, and it does not work for all of them. Some of them only have been working on unpackage.
I believe you, but I think that there is something else going on because the ones that unpackage is not those are all JavaScript files. They're just plain JavaScript files.
Oh,
Except for
maybe
dash core. Dash core is transpiled.
that's what I'm thinking. Maybe it's dash core that I was having the most problems with. So
Yeah,
it's
dash
possible that it
core.
was dash core that wasn't working.
Yeah, dash core has trickery going on because dash core is full of native code. But
Yeah,
just
so maybe I tried to do that to dash core, and that's the one that wouldn't work.
well, just to tickle my fancy, if you wouldn't mind, just put dash keys in a script tag, and I suspect that it will magically begin working, and then we can figure out the whole import mapping later.
So a lot of not a lot of, but I frequently find problems where I go to load the page and it gets stuck in a loading phase, and it's because of unpackaged stuff.
Yeah, unpackage really hates VPNs.
Yeah,
I found that out.
yeah.
They really hate VPNs. They will block you hard.
Apparently, everything does nowadays.
Well, it's because they do IP rate limiting, and when you're using a VPN, they're running lots and lots of people through the same IP address.
Mm-hmm.
So
Still undefined utils.
okay, can you open up a browser console and just look for dash keys in the browser?
Sure.
And I actually didn't do the browser testing before I published it, so let me just do some double checking here.
Okay. Okay. It's probably because of how I'm importing it. So let me try to switch this. So instead of dash, oh man. If I just comment this out here, will that work? Let me try this again.
Things we do for compatibility. I don't know.
Okay, that got rid of the error. So something about the imports is losing the utils, even though I verified whatever it should be importing is there.
Well, if you can just get it to the point where it's there at all, and we can just go through the part with the crypto bits, that's what I would prefer to do right now, because that's the part that's where I can help and provide.
Yeah. So let's close that then. This is functioning right now.
Cool. And the only if you check Discord, the only reason that I was asking you to use that right now is just to get the 2 hex and the 2 bytes functions that I know work.
Okay, so dash utils bytes to hex. Okay, so let me see. Oof. Like that.
No, you should just literally copy what I put you in Discord.
I'm copying it.
Okay, because it's got export const, this, that.
Because that's how I'm using it in Crypt Store.
Okay. All right.
I'm not reorganizing all of Crypt Store to be the wrapped way that you've been doing it, because I've already got it set up to work this way with the imports.
Right.
Okay, so 2 hex and then 2 hex would replace, or where would that go? So
all right. Well, this is where I think that. So what he was doing, if I understand it correctly, was he was multiplexing the string to buffer and buffer to string, so that if you were doing a string to buffer, it was UCS2 JavaScript strings going into. Let me think how to. He was multiplexing, so the code will not work as written, because semantically the functions are doing 2 separate operations, but the way that he had constructed it, the code happened to be the same for the 2 operations. So they were 2 different operations.
Mm-hmm.
It's like if I tell you, go to the store and go to the shed, but in both of those cases, walking is a function that will work. It's not generically what's going to work, because generally when you go to the store, you need to drive, and generally when you go to the shed, you need to walk. But in the specific case that the store is across the street from your house and the shed is beside your house, walk works for both. So that's what I mean by semantically, they're 2 different operations, but the function happened to be the same in terms of the code. So in this way, we need different functions for those different semantics, because one is store encrypted data is the semantic, and the other is return user data. And so he was using a UCS2 string type so that it could store encrypted data and store user data, but it only worked in the specific instance that you want to output Chinese characters as the storage mechanism, which is unusual.
Mhm.
So what we need to do is we need to figure out where the buffer to string should actually be buffer to hex.
Mhm.
And then we need to find out where string to buffer should actually be hex to buffer. Does that make sense?
Yes, I
So
think.
we just need to walk through buffer to string and then figure out which ones should be which.
Mhm.
So just
So
take me
both
to the
the
first instance and we'll walk through it.
both. Okay, let's search it then. So string to buffer. Let's go to the top and start from the top. So we've
Yeah.
got the definition. I'm using it there, but that was just me trying to figure out what was going on, and that's not like actual real.
Just delete it.
I mean, I will once I know this is working. So here's
Well,
the
that
first
wasn't
usage
working, right?
in derive key.
Anyway. All right, so derive key. So derive key, in this case, string to buffer needs to take a user string and needs to turn it into something that's suitable for a key import. So that is the correct use.
Okay.
That is semantically correct. And
that goes straight
actually
into
correct.
subtle import key. So
Right.
that's right. Then it
and this
uses
one
it
is
for
right as
subtle.
well because it's the same semantic operation.
Okay. The next usage is in this encrypt function, and it has the buffer message string to buffer.
And that one is
Okay.
correct as well because this don't move yet. Let
All right.
me
This is
read
my
it for a
console
second.
log, but it's being used right here. So
Oh,
I was
whoops.
just logging that. But yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah, so this is, I don't know why that it seemed, whatever. The encrypt
So-
message looks like one of those useless abstractions because literally you're replacing one line of code with one line of code. Not you, but the person who did this.
Yeah. It has a name in it. I think that's the only difference is key IV and encoded text. So it uses name from somewhere. That's all it's doing.
Yeah, I
I'm
would
assuming,
say just replace any use of encrypt message with crypto.subtle.encrypt. I mean, just paste that line because the abstraction is literally useless. You are using an abstraction that has more complexity than the thing it's abstracting.
Okay, so name is that AES-GCM.
Right,
That's
and it's
what name
inside
is.
of the current scope anyway, so it's not being used in any place. But anyway, we can leave that alone for now. It's good to know what it
I'm
is.
wondering if encrypt message gets used down outside of that encapsulation somewhere. Like
And
no,
if it
doesn't
does, then
look
I
like
would
it.
just move that
Yeah.
constant up one
Okay,
layer so
if
but-
I take that and encrypt, let's
just leave it alone for now.
leave it
It's
for
fine.
now. Okay,
Yeah, just
I'll
leave it
do
for
that
now.
afterwards. I'll get that merged over so
Yeah.
we can just focus on what you need to help with.
So in this case, I think that string to buffer is still correct because we're trying to do text encoding essentially.
Which doesn't surprise me because encrypt worked. It was just in the decryption phase. That's where it would keep failing.
Okay, well let's continue. Are there any more of that string to buffer? Because I think that there's going to be at least
Nope.
2 cases where it's not correct. Is my guess.
In decrypt. So in
Okay.
decrypt, this is the next. This is my console log of it, just trying to figure it out.
Yep.
And that's where it's actually being used. So in the decrypt message is sending the string to buffer.
So this needs to be.
Although let me check real quick because that might be something I did trying to figure things out. So he had buffer to string. So something I was testing, I must have switched that around.
Well, show
Wait,
me
wait,
the
wait,
one that
wait,
we're
no, no,
working
no,
with right now.
He does have the string to buffer. There it is.
Yeah.
Okay. So yes, that is more or less what he had.
Yeah, so this is the overloading that I'm talking about right here. So this is where he's taking the semantic meaning and he happens to be doing the string to buffer function, but that's not actually what he's doing. What this semantically represents is go from the encrypted form to the binary form, from the storage form to the binary form is semantically what's happening. Mm-hmm. So that string to buffer on line 172 should be
172 or 175. This is just the console log.
Oh, sorry.
So it should be.
They look exactly the same in terms of their function signature. Yeah. So yes, but 175 should be hex to buffer.
And then drop the string to buffer, or would that be inside?
No, this is just hex to buffer. So it's storage medium to decryptable medium. The storage medium we want is hex. The medium that's required for decrypting is buffer. And this actually does need to be hex to buffer, not hex to bytes, because we need to return the underlying array buffer from the bytes. So you could call 2 bytes on the hex, and then .buffer would be the array buffer. So this is a one line wrapper over the 2 bytes function.
Okay, so what do I need to set hex to buffer up here to then? So you're saying...
so in there it should be, so hex to buffer should take hex, should receive hex, and then it should do let bytes equals 2 bytes hex.
Okay.
Yep. And then it should return bytes.buffer. I can see why this was
hex one
confusing.
Yeah.
So buffer to hex would take a buffer, and then it would be let bytes equals new uint8 array buff.
Not buff or
no,
or buff.
Calling on buff.
Okay. Just making sure.
And then what it would return would be, well, you could do let hex equals 2 hex bytes.
Okay.
And then that's return hex.
So both of those should be set up, and then we go back down here to where we swapped it.
175.
So hex to buffer is now 176 because we added a couple of lines, but...
Yep. And then 173, I guess, would be changed as well. All right, and then let's look for the next instance of that thing, which was string to buffer, right?
Yeah.
All right, now this one, get item.
This is in local storage.
Yeah, so this one I think might also change. Let me read it. Okay, it's got this wrapper.
I'd actually added one to test it.
Okay.
Let me look at the comparison real quick.
Okay, I didn't have enough time to understand what was going on there before the screen switched.
I know. I just wanted to see what he originally had. Okay, so This is where the string to buffer 8 was being used.
Okay.
And so I had switched it to string to buffer, and then hex to buffer I had tested, but I didn't have hex to buffer set up right, I don't think. So let me switch back.
That's okay. Yeah, okay. So let me just try to find where the code is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so because this should just say if not supported, return, done.
Mm-hmm.
But all right, get item. I'm expecting that's an abstraction over local storage. It says storage, get item key. Is storage local storage, or is this an abstraction?
It's local or session. It defaults to local, but or no, it might default. It defaults to one of them, but you can override it.
Okay,
and that was something I did, not
storage. Get item. So data is going to be a string. Always 100% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Get init vector key. I wonder what that does. Don't move yet. Don't move. I need to take in each of these lines before the screen jars again.
You're good.
CryptoWrapper.decrypt data. Okay, so it's expecting data to be. That doesn't even make sense. I'm assuming that that line with data on it had a string to buffer as well in the other code.
Do you
Is
want
that
me
correct?
to look, or tell me when to switch?
Switch over so I can see, because I need to see what it had there.
Data get item. Nope.
Okay, and then switch back again. That seems impossible to me, but I may not understand how this decrypt wrapper works. The decrypt wrapper may be doing this work of turning data, which is a string, which in our case would be hex, into the other thing. So string to buffer, that should be hex as well. So both of these should be hex to buffer on them at this point. But I'm guessing that the hex to buffer step is actually, for some reason, which I don't understand why it would be, but for some reason, the decrypt wrapper is turning that data from the storage format into the buffer format inside of the wrapper. So let's go take a look at CryptoWrapper.decrypt and find out why it isn't doing it at that layer.
So decrypt is expecting the ciphered text.
See, there's the hex to buffer right there.
Where's the hex to buffer?
173.
That's my console log function.
Whatever then. 176.
Yeah, it's right there for that cipher. So it is, that's where it's being applied. So we don't need it in the other function because it's being applied there.
Yeah, let's not put it in the other function now. I think that it should be in the other function. I think it's really weird to split and say, well, half of the message we're going to encode before and half of it we're going to encode after. I think it should either be... what I might do is rename that function to decrypt hex and then do all of the conversion inside.
Yeah, because IV, it's
that's just so weird to me that half of the parameters would be recoded and half of them not. But let's go back to where that was used, that 176 or 177, whatever it is now. And let's just continue from here. Where's the next instance of string to buffer?
That was it. Just that one.
Okay. Then let's look for buffer to string. And we're going to find something very similar where almost all of them, I guess 3 or 4 of them are correct and one of them needs to be swapped.
So in encrypt, this is the first one.
All right. You're going to have to move the screen to one position and let it sit for...
Sorry, I was just comparing. Both encrypt and decrypt do buffer to string in this last then.
Okay. So that should be buffer to hex because that is going to the storage medium.
Okay.
And then next one?
That's the decrypt one.
All right, let me see what this is. This one, I believe, should be buffer to string. I believe that is correct because we're going from hex to binary, encrypted hex to binary, then to user-facing string. So that one looks correct. Next.
Okay. This is in the set item, which is more or less what I was expecting.
Okay. Buffer to string. That should be buffer to hex.
And then the rest is commented out. So it's not being used. I was trying to wrap it like one of your functions, the way you had been doing it. So, and then it wasn't quite working. So it's
understood.
Just commented out.
Okay. So I suspect that we need to understand what get init vector is, that function. Although it seems like if we needed to do something about it, we've already... Okay, and int 8 array. Wait, go back to where it was used because I thought it was being
Yeah,
passed in something, or maybe it was
that's what
set
I
in it
just
vector.
realized. Key. Get a net vector key. Oh, there's a key one. Okay. So you get the key, and that's what it's being stored in local storage. So get
Okay,
a net vector
then
key does
hold
that.
on, go back. Oh, this is, and again, this is something where the abstraction is this used in? Oh, it's used in multiple places.
Hmm. So this is literally where it interacts with that. But then get a net vector. Let me find just instances of that
I'm
because
not
it's
worried about
still.
that one. That one, I think is fine.
I
So
thought
I
there was still a portion of it that was expecting a value. Let me see. No? Okay, no, yeah, we're good.
Okay,
So
so
it's
I
just a
suspect
key.
if you refresh the browser, it's going to fail, but it's going to fail because of what is already in the storage. So if you clear the storage and refresh the browser and then go through a bit of your process, I imagine that it's actually going to work.
All right, let's see. Clear that and enter a encryption password.
But yeah, this was confusing because he was overloading the.
Cannot get encrypted item for private keys. Cannot read properties of null. Reading link.
That sounds like it wants bytes but is getting a buffer.
At 281. So in get item. Cannot get encrypted item for key error. Let me see what it tried to store here. Ooh, that's interesting. It shouldn't have that, I don't think. That's weird.
Can you share the screen so I can see?
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I've got to move things around. Hmm. Where is it? Is it that one? I think it's this one. Let's see if that looks right. There we go. All right, so it shouldn't have done an IV for the selected private key. I don't have code in there for that. Should have just done one private keys IV, but I clearly have a bug in there. But regardless, it did double, and that's what it has for private keys now, and then private key, which at least it's not, but this is the error that it's getting. So it says encrypted item for private keys.
Let's check out where that comes from.
Well, it's 281, so that's where I was looking at things. So it's part of the get item function here. Oh, wait, and now you can't see that window. I guess I'll just look at it here. So maybe it's not getting data. Oh, I might know what's going on here. Where do I instantiate that? So encrypted store. Huh. That's
Okay,
odd. Sorry, I'm looking at the other window there.
so the we don't. Where did the length issue come from?
Well, so we can back up a little bit.
Okay.
Essentially, I think it worked. I think this is now a local storage issue of my stuff, which I might be able to figure out.
Okay.
But I think this may have worked. Let me swap back screens here. Okay, so it failed. Or rather, I should say, it succeeded in getting past this test it has. So before it even lets you use the encrypted storage wrapper thing, it does this as browser supported. So this succeeded, which means it actually let me use it, which means that got encoded and decoded correctly. Sorry, I'm saying encoded, but I mean encrypted and decrypted correctly. So the text encoding, what you just helped me do, that I think solved it. What is now broken is I had not tested encryption yet with multiple private keys. So essentially, this is encrypting an array. So a JSONified array of stuff.
Okay.
Or JSON stringify and an array of private keys. Of WIFs more specifically. So I don't know if that's the most efficient or best way of doing it, but that's what it's doing right now.
The way that this most likely should be done is that you save the private key by its address.
Mm-hmm.
So you might do, the way that I do it is address.wif.
Mm-hmm.
So let me demonstrate that real quick. So
I mean, I know how you're doing it in the CrowdNode command line, so I could do it that way.
Yeah, that's what I'd recommend for a couple of reasons.
Mm-hmm.
One is you don't want the encryption to fail wholesale. Well, once we have -HD integrated, that won't be a problem either, because then you'll just have one encrypted value will be, well, I guess everything could be encrypted. I don't think it would hurt to encrypt everything, but one encrypted value would be the 12-word phrase. Mm-hmm. And that's what the person backs up, and that's what all keys are derived from. Mm-hmm. So, store that value twice, mm-hmm. and it will be fine. And then you can just store other things by their HD path. But in this case, if you store everything together and something for some reason goes wrong, you lose everything at once. Mm-hmm. Which I think is non-optimal. And the mm-hmm. other thing is that most likely when you are looking at webhooks that you get, or not webhooks, WebSocket notifications. When you're getting those WebSocket notifications, if you want to check, okay, do I have this address? In the WebSocket notification is going to be the address. And so if you store it by address, then you can look it up directly in your local storage or in your map or whatever it is, because the address is the key of the dictionary.
Yeah. So yeah, right now that's a good point. I'll need to refactor things a little bit, because I am combining that essentially, and maybe that's bad on my point, because I take the private keys and then I request that the address for it. And could the address change on the private key? Do we have that enabled?
Could the address change on the private key?
Well, you know how like in --core you could generate new addresses for your wallet.
So a private key and a address that you pay to are 1-to-1. Mm-hmm. So if you generate a new address, it is only because there is a new key. So for every private key, there is one address. For every address, there is one private key. That's actually not entirely true. That's one of the practical attacks against the whole RIPEMD 20-byte hash. But in our case, it's true enough.
Mm-hmm. It's JavaScript true. Like empty string is true. And stuff like that. Okay, got it.
Empty string is actually false, but I think you can get it to be true. The canonical example is 0 double equals false. Zero double equals string 0. False not equals string 0. That's the one that everybody brings
you have
up.
That memorized. I just know there's crap you have to worry about. I don't have it memorized.
Well, I've seen that one quite a few times. It's one of the jokes. So it's a meme among the JavaScript community.
I used to know those memes. I forgot them. All right. Maybe I freed my RAM. I don't know. Let's see. So I think the error I'm getting now, I can work through. It's local storage related. I was recombining the keys, but it sounds like once I've gotten the address for the key, I should store it by that address rather than by just an array of strings, because I am recombining them anyways. What was that? That's one of the things I just worked on recently for the multiple wallet support is, here it is. It's around here, I think. Yeah, I have a whiffs object, I believe I looped through. Or no, that's just the whiffs. I recombine it at some point, and I do combine it with the address. There it is. So I take an object of addresses, I put the whiff in there, and then I give the whiff address. So I should reverse that and also not regenerate it. So if there's already the address there, then I'm just pulling that, I guess. So you're saying each address should be in local storage separately, though?
That's the way that I would do it because it makes me feel better.
Okay. I guess I'm trying to think of a.
That dash keys on 104 is Diffner now. That looks like the same one that you changed earlier.
I was using it in a couple places, so I need to update that stuff.
Well,
so that's some stuff I need to.
Do take a look at the dash keys documentation. Give me any feedback. Make issues. Things have changed, mostly in very stark ways, like adder to PKH instead of adder to pub key hash, or address to pub key hash, I think is what it was called. So there were some things where I kind of went through and I don't have a consistency that's perfect, but I have a rationale for each choice of why the capitalization is this way or that way and the abbreviation is this way or that way. Essentially, function names, I think I already talked to you about this. Function names I shortened because a function name tends to get long, and as it gets too long, it's difficult to read the name of the function. Also, the number of humps in the function, when you're just scanning through and looking for something, the number of humps in the function define the shape of the function. So I tried to make there to be a stark difference between the way the humps look between pub key, priv key, and pub key hash, so that when you're just scanning through, it's like, oh, this one's a little shorter and more bumpy, this one's longer and less bumpy, this one's longer and more bumpy. And so it's cognitive recognition stuff.
Okay. Cool. So yeah, I will give you some feedback on that if I have any problems or think. I do think the WebSocket stuff I mentioned to you a week ago, something like that, where I like to refactor dash socket. And does the actual CrowdNode JS SDK use any sockets for, or WebSockets specifically for the API, or is that all just HTTPS requests or whatever?
The crowd node itself, their site only uses HTTP requests.
Okay.
The only WebSocket is on the Dash Insight,
Okay.
which, I need to go make another PR for that. Excuse me. Apparently, I think the only thing that's held up on that is I think that there was one repository where the package.json wasn't updated, and I just kind of thought, okay, I did the 90, you do the 10.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not doing that. So
Mm-hmm.
I think
the
that
100.
yeah. Well, they still have to press
100.
the merge button and then let it run the CI/CD release and then it deploy or whatever. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I was kind of expecting, since literally I got everything working, that they would deploy it, but they seem to not be able to be bothered to update the package.json. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have to go back and figure out what the heck is going on.
Okay.
All right, so we're good?
I think so. Yeah. Thank you.
You are welcome. And I understand the confusion, because that was in fact confusing to have things doubled over where the same name is used, but it's a different functionality, different behavior being expected.
Well, yeah, if I had been down this text encoding rabbit hole, that kind of stuff that you've already been down, maybe I would have caught that. But because I'm not as familiar with web crypto or text encoding, I'm like, well, I did the change and it's not working. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I thought,
yeah.
like I said, I only skimmed it, and so I had just assumed that would have been sectioned out into two pieces.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't. It's clever. I mean, I will give it to the author. It's clever.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a bad idea, but it is clever. It happens to work. It happens to work in JavaScript. I don't think that you could easily implement that in any other language, because JavaScript is the only language that has this weird UCS2 byte format for strings. All right. Well, I got to go take a break because I've overhydrated.
All right. Go get rid of that Mountain Dew.
All right. Will do. I'll catch you later.
Later. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Bye.
Bye.
And let's turn off guest capture. Should be good. And then we're going to take the music's back. Where'd my beef jerky go? Anybody see my beef jerky? We still got 53 seconds left. I thought I brought the beef jerky out here. Hold on. I want it now. Let me think. What did I bring in? Wait. Hold on. Reset that timer. Give me 2 more minutes. I think I know where the beef jerky is. I'll be right back. Okay, now I feel like I forgot something else, but I don't know what it is. Something's missing on my head. What's missing on my head? I've got my glasses. Nothing's missing. Maybe it's because I was wearing my headphones. Just feels weird. Okay, feels weird. We're back. My daughter and I made a 6.5 foot tall snowman, about the same size as me. It was tough. I was pushing all my weight against this little snowman. Not little, this large snowball. Huge, huge. I mean, it's big, right? It's really, really big. The base. Because after that, I couldn't make another one that big, so its body goes vroop. But, what was I going to say? Oh, so this huge snowman. And being the sadist that I am, I decided to put snow melt. I poked a hole in its head and put some snow melt salt in there. Because I wanted to see if it would go all the way down to the bottom. It did not. But that area where the snow melt salt was, now half of his face on one side is kind of melting off in a really strange pattern. It's been several days. The thing's heavy. It's probably close to... I mean, it's well over 50 pounds of snow. I don't think I could lift the base. And the midsection took quite a bit of heft to lift. So, I think this thing might be over 100 pounds of snow. I don't know how much ice weighs. But... because it was right at that stage where it was pretty easy to pack. And so it's kind of becoming ice as we packed it. I think the snowman might weigh over 100 pounds. Because I think I could lift 100 pounds. I could not lift the base. It could just be the awkwardness of it, though. And the midsection was tough. Top part wasn't so bad. It was probably 10 or 20 pounds. If that. I don't know. I don't have a good sense of weight, but... I was worried that he might be a danger at first. Now I kind of just want to kick him over. Anyway. Here's lunch. Beef jerky. I'm going to think a little bit about what we're doing next. back to dash keys. We're going to get the CLI. So we actually ended up working on UI. Well, it wasn't UI, you know. It's going to be for the CLI too. Well, the crypto stuff we were working on, it's going to make its way back. Okay. For those of you that are sensitive to people chewing, oops, now's your time to leave. Maybe next time don't be born with a genetic defect, huh? Yeah, like that. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, wait a minute. One second. Okay. One more second. Okay. Boom, and we're back. Dash phrase. Create new repository. And then we were going to come up with a description for this, right? So here's another reason to do this at some point, to do it in Go as well, is because I don't think I would accept this on Webby. Because it's just, well, install Node and then install it that way. There's a few developer tools that are highly, highly integrated with other systems, like Prettier, that I have a Webby for, but I wouldn't put this on Webby. Because it's not tightly integrated enough into just general developer tooling, and it's dependent on Node. Okay. Dash passphrase mnemonic generator on Windows for Mac, Linux, and Windows. There we go. I kind of want to get rid of the JS because at some point we could get rid of. We'll see. I don't want the focus to be that it's JavaScript. I want the focus to be that it's a tool for Mac, Linux, and Windows. That's alphabetical order. And the right order, by the way. Oh, wait, no, it's not. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold on. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I would have gone on for an hour without noticing that. Thank you so much. Yes, I did in fact mute my mic when I took the call. Basically, all I've said since then is we got to figure out what we need to do, and we need to make a new repository. Yes, indeed. Purple heart for my brother, Yoron. All right. Git cherry-v main. Git checkout. What do we need to do here? We don't need to do anything. We are looking for the CLI. So we have a folder called demo, which I don't remember what exactly that is. I don't know how it's different from this right here. Oh, I think it was an online demo or something. But we're not going to use that right now. Okay, so we're going to go into the CLI. And do we have anything here? Nope, we don't. All right, so CLI.back. Whoops. We're going to clone our new repo, CLI repo, and we're going to move our CLI stuff into CLI. What? Oh, whoops. Dash phrase CLI CLI.back into, whoops, Ben into CLI, rmdir CLI.back. Okay, good. So that's all out of the way then. Actually, one minor issue of housekeeping. Okay, I don't want to do folk. We're going to go back to classical for a little bit. Minor issue of housekeeping. I'm going to go back up to dash tools, and I want to make sure that we have added dash HD, git, submodule, add. Well, let's see what we have first. Because there's 4 that we should have. We may or may not. Okay, so git add dash keys, git add dash HD. Whoops. Git submodule add, and then we're going to have this dash hd.js. Should I stylize it when I add them? How is it done presently? Let's look at dash tools here real quick. Okay, dash tools. They are not stylized here. I will keep not stylizing them here. And then I also have what? We've got dash sec p 256. Whoops, 256 K1. Woo, that one's a big one. Four megabytes is a lot. Maybe just release a V2 with all that trimmed right out. Okay, we've got dash HD, dash keys, dash phrase. These are our 4. Update repos. Okay. A browser friendly fork of at Noble SecP 256 K1. For private keys. All right, there we go. So this is kind of the crux. That's where it starts. And then we need dash keys. And this would be... what is dash keys? That is such a tough one. Because it is kind of the utility box. I hate to say that, but that's what it is. API. This is base 58 check. With an adder. And other private and public key tools. Dash SDK core. Different from dash core. Do I want to say tools? And what did I describe this as? RipeMD. Technically, it can do conversions with xpriv and xpub, but not quite, not on its own. So we'll save that for here. So -hd. Let's see here. All right, and then -hd. So these are our 4. These are the building blocks of all a dash message would go in here eventually too, actually. Built solid. Nah. These are building blocks for all future these are the reference implementations. Oh, let's see. That serve reference implementations. Let's see. Production ready reference implementations. Tools. There we go. Like that. Okay, and this has to do more with xpriv and xpub xkeys. Wallet, count, let's see, HD wallet, derivation, and conversion. See, wallet, account, Let's see. X key. And addresses. There we go. I like those subtitles. I'm going to sleep. See you next time. Have a nice day. Thank you. Nice of you to stop by. Don't be a stranger, as you aren't. Okay, git commit -m. Okay, cool. A little bit of a windy road today, but we're getting there. That's really nice. Oh, wait, this is... Oh, that's dash keys. I wanted to look at dash tools. Oh, whoops, that did not work. There we go. It's coming together. Whew, so many things. This actually isn't a bad format. I like this format. I think we should actually continue on with this particular format, this bulleted list format. I think it's good. It keeps it tidy. But I think there's going to be a need for different formats here and there, but there's going to have to be a task to just work on documentation and bring everything together at some point in the future. Gosh, there's so much work to be done here. So much work to be done. It seemed just that the more I work on it, the bigger I realize the work is. Okay. All right, so here we are. Dash phrase CLI 1.0 description. Let's go nab description. I think we actually had a great description in what we were already doing. Entry point is going to be there's no entry point. Test command. Meh. Keywords. Dash. Passphrase. Mnemonic. BIP 39. BIP 39. BIP 0039. HD wallet seed. Boom. So that's cool enough. And then this is going to need to be, we're going to save dash phrase. At latest. Actually, I think I kind of did want to move these over. I might do that right now real quick. Let's see, do we have room in the README for that? Phrase, passphrase, mnemonic, secret salt, and seed. Let's see. Let's see. 80 characters? Boom. Hit it, no problem. Great. Let's go ahead and put those in. Okay, I think what we need here is just a little API section. Do we have an API section? Values to use for testing, demos, development, and debugging. Let's try this out. Don't overcomplicate it, AJ. Let's just keep it steady. Keep going. All right, dash phrase. Let's just make sure these make it into the API section. These actually... I'm going to leave them in this order for now. Because the order is so well understood. The passphrase mnemonic to use for documentation, examples, testing, etc. Secret salt. Okay. And then I did want to see, there was in here something else that, what was it? There was some other seed. I think it was actually in the tests here. Abandon's not great. Legal winner. Letter advice cage. I think this is the other one that I liked the most. not ozone. I don't think I like this one either. Scheme. There's one that I liked. It's probably this one. This looks really very nice. I can't remember where I used it or why now. Cat swing. Yes, this is the one I used. Great. So we will update this as well. If you need something that appears more random, chosen for being easy to remember and funny because the checksum is wrong. I wonder what we could call this one. Cat swing. The report train. Cat train. I don't know. Catonic. Let's see. Chosen for having friendly, inviting words. Included in canonical test vector. Okay. Let's see. Zoo. Oh, whoops. Okay. Let's just leave this as it was, text. Oops. Or you need something that looks random. Oh, good. Yes. This is another great one. Cat Swing Flag Economy Stadium Alone Churn Speed Unique Patch Report Train. It's good. I like it. So just a few documentation updates here. And did we actually... Wait, did I actually add this to the code yet? I don't think I actually added it to the code. I think I just showed it added to the code. I didn't actually add it. Okay, and let's make sure that this actually makes it in. Should it be catatonic? Catamonic? And then it could also have, bear with me here, catonic and seed. Eh? But I agree we need one that looks random but still has a well-known value. But I like the zoo one because you can just remember it. But the dash phrase catonic. Catmonic. The catmonic. Zoomonic, catmonic. And the keyed. I don't know. secondary. Okay. So that one's down. Hey, what's up, Singularity Software? How's it going? This is Final Fantasy VII, Tifa's Love by Rebecca E. Tripp featuring Tiggs. It's from the classical tag on OC Remix. There you go. Sorry I didn't see you earlier. Oh, no, I did see you. I said just as you came in. Cool. Took the day off to recuperate. Been working too hard. Yeah, I understand that. I get that. I do that quite regularly. I'll work for... I kind of binge. I go on code benders. I'll work all day for 3-4 days and then pretty much not work the next week. Okay, this is... feet. I actually do want to reword this. Okay, and then I'm going to make a pull request for this. So I was kind of expecting that we would actually get a little bit more published today so far, but we haven't, and that's okay. All right, I'm just creating a pull request so that I can make note that that was brought in. And I'll get back to comments in just a second. And then let's go ahead and do npm run bump. And this is just a patch update mostly. I'll accept that. Technically, it does add a new feature, but it's a documentation update is what it is. You know what would be hilarious? I've seen this with other tools. If they had, instead of having a secure URL, if they had printed out with HTTP so they could just get hijacked when you copied it, that would have been hilarious. Hold on one second. But the documented order said that it sorts descending. That's sorting ascending. That's why I'm confused. Okay, let me check back over here. A couple of things. Branch protection hook declined. Wait, but I... What? Oh, oops. I gotta figure out how to do version. I should have put the version bump in the PR. Let me get back to chat here. I gotta reopen that tab. Okay. Front end dev myself, you say. Code bench so hard I have a dozen projects started. Oof. It's rough. It's rough. Dozen projects. Hard to maintain so many things at once. So on your day off, you're gonna come watch somebody else code? You might have an addiction. Look, you can buy cans of Focus. See, they look like this. Or, if you're not stuck in the 80s, they look like this. See, that's cans of Focus. And if you get the one that's a little darker, it has even more focus in it. Let's see, this is actually Empress Waltz from Final Fantasy IV. Same artist as before. Using ChatGPT. I use ChatGPT sometimes. I'd be interested to see how other people use it. I just use it to get in the better ballpark for certain things. Uh-oh. Let's see here. I'm going to have to go take a look at this at some point. I just got a PR. Oh. Ah, yes. Indeed. This is already exported at the top via var dash keys. Does it have to be exported again? Good catch. That's so hard. Don't like that syntax. Huh. Okay, none of this stuff looks breaking anyway. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm just going to do this well, I'll wait on it actually. I'm going to approve it. I'm going to approve it, and then we'll decide what to do with it afterwards. Okay. I missed my calling as a rapper. I have to go check out these comments from Ryan. Okay. Sorry, and then I'm back. Code Addict. I need programmers anonymous. Yes, you do. You absolutely do. But, well, I wouldn't show up. I haven't gotten to step 0. I don't recognize there's a problem. Oops. .git config. It wants me to know that it's updated. Okay. All right. It's all part of it. Oh, crap. Okay, actually, you know what? Redo, redo, redo. This, I had done it this way. I don't know why I didn't do it that way. This is the right way to do it. It should be all caps. It is a constant. I even thought about it the second time. Everybody loves cats. There we go. I even thought about it. I thought, oh, it's okay. But no, it's being used as constant. It should be all caps. That's all there is about it. And I should go ahead and add in there one thing that I didn't put in there. Where was the test values here? Where's cat swing at? And then this is the seed that comes out of it. Cat seed. Cat swing. I like that better. Hey, what's up, everybody? How's it going? I'm AJ. Probably going to stream for another hour, and then I need to go get some four-wheeling done. Get some sunshine in my life. Oops. Oh, wait. Okay, Trezor is always being used. For all of them. Dang it. I'll have to think about that. Alright, I'm actually just not... Let's see. This would be... Let's go back to foo on that one, actually. That's... I'll go with that. That was clear enough. Okay, good. Cat swing, cat swing, cat swing. Okay, it's good enough. Alright, so we're going to all caps these because we're using them like constants. They are constants for all intents and purposes. Oh, someone's coming over. Who could it be? I hear feet outside. Yes? Who is it? There we go. But we're actually going to have to check out b-bump. Okay, we're going to have to get switch, bump. Okay, what does get switch do? I thought get switch... I thought get switch would do the rebase at the same time. I could be mistaken. Okay, and then what else we want to do? We want to do bump patch, get push, do all the things. Give me that URL. Come on. There we go. Alright, so that is done. And then I just need to actually do the pull request here from bump. There we go. Pull request. Get checkout main, get rebase, bump, get push. There we go. And it's already up to date. Okay. Now into the CLI portion. Again, finally. So this basically needs to do three things. Oh, interesting. So I was testing with this with bun before, and this is allowed with bun. So if we did bun, let's get the latest version of bun, by the way. So bun, yeah, okay, we're already at the latest version. So bun, ben, dash phrase. Ah, normalize is not yet in bun. Interesting. I don't think that's on their priority list, so I don't think I'm going to submit it right now. All right. So So we're going to change this. If we just put these inside of a main function, they should work. Let's see. I got to put on my list of things to do to update the JSWT, the JSWhat tool, so that it is a little bit less aggressive. Well, first, JojoBite and I have to figure out a pattern for how to get regular JavaScript files to load properly in browser and Node and all that. Okay. There we go. That's what I want right there. What I need to do is mkjs main. There we go. And then not call init.js. This is what I wanted. Just, whoops. Just these two parts. Alright. So, this CLI tool needs to do a couple of things. Okay. So it's going to need to generate seeds. It's going to need to generate word lists. It's going to need to turn word lists into seeds with a passphrase. So I think if you give it nothing, it should print out help. As all programs should do. Let me go get my version and help code here. I did a good job on this one. I need to repeat this. Okay. There we go. Yeah, that'll be good. Okay, and then I don't think we're going to use any of the .env for now. And we don't need any of this stuff. I don't think we really need a subcommand per se. Yeah, I think I do want that because I want generate to be a subcommand, and generate will have an optional argument of bit length. Just thinking this through in my head. If it has an optional argument of bit length. Oh wait, where did my main go? There it is. We could actually make it so that if the value is too small, say somebody puts in 12, we interpret it as number of words. Because you're not going to have more than 100 words, and you're not going to have less than 128 bits. So you kind of multiplex that. It might be okay. Nah, I'm not going to do that for now. I keep it dumb. Let's think about the usage here. And then we're going to change this out from dash site to dash phrase. And then uh-oh. There we go. All right, let's try these out for a moment. Oh. Oh, yeah, we're not going to do subcommands that way. That is an interesting way of doing subcommands, but that's not how we're going to do it. So cool. I like that a lot. Very nice. Very nice. Good pattern here. Okay, so I think we're basically going to have two things this can do. It can generate bit length. We can do generate bits 128. And then words.txt and seed.hex. And we can do seed, and then we can have words.txt secret.txt. This is what we can do. That's it. That's the whole thing. That's all this is going to do. It's just going to be able to either generate words or generate a seed from words. And that's it. And we can do a skip verify. That's the whole of what this ought to be. Oops. It's a pull request. After all, wink. So, in case you didn't know, which most people don't, Git is not, you are not supposed to merge in Git. You are never supposed to merge in Git. And this has been true for about 10 years. So one of the very original versions of Git had this command called merge, which is what people use, even to this day, senselessly, because it was a bad idea. And merge basically just clobbers your commit history and looks at 2 points and says, is there any way these things can go together? And it just makes spaghetti commits. It makes it impossible. And this is why you have all these issues with merge conflicts and blah, blah, blah. Merging is bad. So the thing but they quickly fixed this. So they created this thing called merge, and they realized, oh crap, this is terrible. This is absolutely 100% the wrong way to do this. And then they created this thing called rebase. And so with rebase, it puts the commits in order. It's called a linear commit history. So there's no possible way to get a merge commit when you rebase, because rebasing requires that you actually, it doesn't work well for things like long-lived branches where they're just sitting stagnant for 6 months at a time or whatever. But it's when you're collaborating with people, rebase is pretty much the only way to go. So if you were only writing code yourself, when you do the merge command, it essentially does a rebase, also known as a fast forward merge. A fast forward merge and a rebase are the same thing. But if it can't fast forward automatically, then it, causes all this trouble. So a rebase gives you a clean commit history. And it's ironic because GitHub originally didn't support merging, because you had to have a pull request and someone would have to pull your code in. So that would typically be a rebase if they're pulling in commits. And I don't know how it happened that GitHub ended up adding these merge features rather than rebase features, which are all the headache in the world with all the conflicts and everything. So anyway. So Jojo Biden just sent me a message about how he merged something And I said, you mean pulled? Because it is common, even when you're rebasing, to say merge, just because that's the common vernacular, even when it's not a merge. Anyway. Okay. Oh, and we need a help. Let's do function help. And I guess this should be print help. Let's see here. Clean. There we go. Meh, meh. Okay. Wait, why is this? There we go. So if, let's see. Okay, if generates, if seed. But then I also need to pass in the rest of the arguments too. What in the world? Why would I use splice? Why would I do that to myself? Nobody knows what splice does. Nobody's got a brain big enough to figure that out. Why would I do that to myself? What was I was tarding around. What was this? This would be shift, right? args. Oh, whoops. Do generate. Probably not going about this the right way, but there we go. Okay. And I need to remove flag, I think. Let me go back and see where I had my remove flag at. Remove flag is where? It's in dash keys? Okay. Take it out of dash keys then. It's also in the wallet. It's also in... Nope. That's it. Bless me. Just those two places. Another good one. This is Ocarina of Time. Brevity is wit. There we go. Had to read the tiny text. Tiny text. Okay. It is getting on in these. So I'm going to publish this CLI and then we're going to move on. Meaning I'm going to go four-wheeling. You can come with me if you'd like. I would love to have you. I'm always happy to have. The more the merrier. I need to just grab these and put them in my cheat sheet. Oh, I need to sharpen the saw so bad. Okay, so I'm going to go back to generate. Remove flag. Where did I have my remove ops? Remove. Really? There it is. This would be remove option, actually. Okay, so let's go back to... I need to make my own little CLI tool. I just don't... I don't know enough. I prefer to have a little bit more control over this part. Sub commands. I'm getting there. I've almost gotten to the point where I feel like I really understand what things ought to be, but not quite. I definitely know that this remove flag, remove option, remove arg, that stuff comes in super handy. I know that that's good to have. Okay, so remove option, args, bits. And then we have let option equals. So let, well actually it would be let bits equals. And if not bits, then bits equals 128. It would be nice to be able to specify the type here as well. So say remove option number maybe or something. There we go. There we go. Boom. Generate with bits. Let's see here. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So these are about the same. Let's see what happens if I run this. Good to test that out. All right, that's good. Oops. Okay, let's try this a little differently. Let's try... Oops. I like that. That works out okay. And let's see again. So, prints out usage, args. I don't really care much about that. Holy moly. It's a little bit too much for simple help there, bro. Alright, chat, what's up with you? Okay, usage, options, args. Okay, anyway, this will be good enough for me. Alright, subcommands. Okay. I'm going to, let's see, we're going to have a remove arg, I think. And this is going to be words file. And this is going to be secret file. And we'll say if not words file, words file equals and then maybe I could just do a let, let's see, today equal new date date. Let's ISO date. Let's today equals ISO date dot slice. Okay, what would be 4 plus 1 plus 2 plus 1 plus 2. And then words, secret. And then I guess we could have, hold on. Okay, I'm going to go this route. It's okay to print it out. It doesn't show it to the history. So let's actually get rid of this. All right, this is what I'm going to do. So we're going to save this to a file, maybe. There we go. And there's no seed here. Saved passphrase to let's see. I probably need to test for file existence too. Yeah, we're gonna finish this up and then I'm gonna call it a day, I think. Get a little bit of remaining sunlight and do something enjoyable. Alright, secret today. So there's no secret file here. We don't need to worry about that. Oh, and then we still have to document this thing too, but that shouldn't be too hard. We just print out the help, show install instructions with Webby, should be good. Oh, let's see here. That's another thing I just need to have in my cheat sheet because this comes up so often. Just this little pattern right here. Okay, if exists. Console dot error refusing to overwrite there we go. Error. So there we are. All right, saved new passphrase mnemonic to words file. All right, let's try it out. Generate. Generate 256. That did nothing, actually. Okay, whoops. Oh, bits. Got it. Words.txt. Interesting. Let's try that again. Okay, remove arg. Actually, it should just be array.shift. Okay, param. No, we don't need an any. Okay, array string aliases. There we go. Okay, if exists. Cool. All right, this is good. We're 90% of the way there now, finally. So we take this and we basically copycat it. But it'll be for seed. Oh, let's see. I'm going to leave it six-ish. Jojo Byte's asking. Okay, I need to wrap this up. Otherwise, I'm going to run out of daylight. It's not as winter as it once was, but it's still as winter as it ever was. You know what I'm saying? Whoa! Addie, what are you doing?
Hey, when are we going to go to the fireworks?
That is a good question. Give me another half hour. We do. Not yet. Up. I need at least 20 minutes. Okay?
Please come out.
I will, sweetie. Let me finish, okay? Let me finish. I will come. Look at me. Look. I will come, sweetie. I will come. Give me a little more time, okay? Back up.
No, I want to come in.
Okay, you can come in. But what are you going to do? Because I'm going to be working. What are you going to do? Here, let's get you a chair. This one. We'll use this one for now. This one. Let's use this chair. This chair is a littler. Littler chair. Okay, do you want to sit here? Do you want to play Tilt to Live?
Yeah, let's play Tilt to Live.
Okay, you can play Tilt to Live while I do a little bit of work. Or a little bit of work. The work that is requisite. There you go, sweetie. Do you remember how to play?
How?
You tilt. Yeah. Okay. So we need to get the seed thing done. Let me go look. What was my definition of how this works? So this one, we're going to take that out. Keep it simple. Keep it safe. Okay.
Can you take my gloves off so that I can play Tilt to Live?
Yes, sweetie. You're welcome. All right. Let's see. We're gonna not use these. This is required. Let words file equals. If
Stay up here. Oh, why? There's a little bit too many. Uh-oh. Oh.
remove flag args, skip verify. I don't think I actually have that ability yet. Let me check and see if I built that in. I don't think I built in the ability to... Huh. That's weird. I think I need to skip verify or something here. Passphrase, split. Oh yeah, we can decode backwards. Right. I'm just talking to myself, sweetie.
Oh. Okay.
I talk out loud while I work in the shed.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just talking to myself.
I'm playing tilt to win.
That you are. Okay. So I'm glad that I went through this exercise because now I found that I wasn't actually doing the validate. And this, yeah, this should be validate, not verify. Well, I guess it is. Is it verification or is it validation? The words are not valid.
But there's many. Oh.
I think I'm going to go with verify because I think that's what we're already using elsewhere. Okay. Type def. Phrase to seed options. I think I generally. And this would be Boolean. Verify. There we go. Okay, so we can have a skip verify. Await fs.read file words file ASCII words equals words.trim. I think that we already do the trim. That's okay. Same thing here with the secret. Alright, there we go. So words and secret. Okay, and then we could have a seed file. And then this is going to have a similar thing to up here. So let's just go with so async file exists. It's kind of crazy that we had this functionality, then they removed it.
There was no burst.
Okay, let's see what's the way to do this? Let Okay, so if there's some type of error, it throws an error. If it can access it, it's false. And if it doesn't exist, then it's true.
I need to tilt to win.
Okay. Okay, so seed. Secret file's fine. So this wouldn't be words file, it would be seed file. But if not seed file, console.info. Okay. All right. So then force equals same thing here as there. Okay, if not secret file, how do we do this? So if null, remove arg.
How do we undo this?
There we go. So default secret is empty string.
Daddy, I need help in doing this.
There's a back button. Whoops. Oh, there you go.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Something got stuck on my hair.
It did get stuck on your hair. Oh, there we go. Here. There you go.
Thank you.
I'll try to finish up as quickly as I can. I just have a few more minutes worth of work to do. Get out of here by 5. Okay. So,
take this off in the garage. Daddy, is this your new set?
My new set?
No, your new set?
Say that one more time, sweetie.
Is this your new set?
I don't know what you mean. All right, leave that alone. Please don't move that. Instead of skip verify, let's do no verify. Okay. Words file. Words. Wait, what is this? This okay, this is seed. But we don't have words file here, do we? Oh, we do have a words file.
Where's the back? The back button.
It's up top right here.
Back.
Yeah, that one says back. Okay. Seed hex is 2 hex. Okay. We don't need to worry about any of this. Seed hex. There we go. Alright, so let's go ahead and test this a little bit more. Okay. Seed. Where's .txt? Alright. Let's see. I guess there should be a decode and an encode option. I don't know that I really want to do that. But that should be there. I don't think I got time for that. Okay, what's wrong with this one? This one, words file. Okay. If null is equal to secret file. All right. Okay. Okay, great. This is good. This is good. Now let's try messing up the words. We'll do mess it up.
Who tooted?
I don't know, sweetie.
Did you toot? Daddy, did you toot?
No, I did not.
I didn't toot either.
Must have been the Toot Fairy. What do you think?
What's the Toot Fairy?
The Toot Fairy?
Mm-hmm.
It's the one that toots.
You toot too.
I do. I do toot. Okay, so this appears to be working. Other than that, we would need to publish a new version for the verify flag. So maybe I do have just enough time. Let's see, seed. Okay, decode words. Encode entropy.hex.
Daddy, when are you gonna be done working?
Very, very soon. Okay, Zoomonic.
What beeped?
That was probably my phone. Okay, so first of all...
It's time to go to the fireworks.
You're right, it is.
Daddy, let's go to the fireworks. Let's ride the fireworks. Daddy, let's ride the...
You're right, you're right. Hold on though, hold on. Okay, seed. So I need a function. It's basically seed, but we're going to call it hashrase dot secret.
there's a little bit of this left for you.
No, thank you. Put that back in the trash, sweetie. So console.info. Gonna be Zoomonic. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Seed. Zoomonic. Seed. Zoomonic. And then Zoomonic. Catmonic. And Zoomonic. Catmonic. Zoomonic. Okay, I guess I'm gonna just have to break because we are at 5 and I need to go. So not quite there, just a little bit away, just a few commands away, and we've got this done. So maybe I'll finish this tonight. We'll see. But I need to go. Okay, Zoomonic. Let me just finish. We will, sweetie. I'm going to finish these 2 things out, and then we're going to go ride the 4-wheeler. And I'm excited to ride the 4-wheeler.
I'm excited too.
Okay, so okay, testmonic, secret, salt. If not testmonic. Okay, and we have what? Let words equal, if not testmonic. There we go. Oh, that's good. So we found that out. Great. Okay.
Daddy, let's ride the 4-wheeler.
We will.
But when?
Very, very soon. I'm just saving my work, sweetie.
When are we going to do it very, very soon?
Oh, whoops. I don't want to do that twice.
Uh-oh, what?
it was showing me the output, the wrong output.
You the wrong output?
Q43. Yeah, I'm getting the wrong. Well, let me just run test. Stop verify. Oh, whoops. Alright, so why is this giving me grief? Let's see, whoops. Okay, Zumonic, Secret. We should get the Zed. There we go. Ah. Okay, good. That's what I was expecting. Alright, let's take a look at the help real quick.
Zero time. It's at zero, Dada.
Yep, you're right.
It means zero time. It means zero time, Dada.
Mm-hmm. If null. Whoops, this should be, hold on. Secret. If null is equal to secret, then
I'll change it to time.
don't yet. Don't yet. I've got one last little tiny thing to do here. I'm just finishing this and saving it up, okay?
Okay.
I'm just going to test that this one thing works. Alright, so that should be...
Now can I get the time done?
Just a second. Catmonic. Trezor. Okay, good. Excellent.
Now can I turn the time?
No. Alright.
When can I
Git,
turn the
check, commit dash
Now,
m,
when
whip.
can I turn the time?
Still
Hey.
needs encode, decode,
I
verify.
need help with that, with my hat.
I will help you.
And my
Sure.
back hit. I need help. I mean, I don't need help with the thing.
Okay, so I gotta go, folks. Thanks for tuning in. I'm gonna go have some fun. Y'all have some fun. Hopefully, I'll see you at the meetup tonight. Okay, and with that, where'd my whatchamabob go? All right, adios.